That's fine. So good morning, colleagues. I'm going to try and just put my video on for the greeting so that at least we can see each other. Okay, good morning, colleagues. My name is Chengetai Kanyangu, and I'm standing in today for the CSO Forum Secretariat. Apologies for starting late. We are already 20 minutes into the time that we had initially agreed to start, but we will proceed and try and catch up as we go along. I'll just want to welcome at this point colleagues from all over the continent, colleagues from East Africa, colleagues from Southern Africa, colleagues from North Africa, West Africa, and Central Africa. I hope you're all here and raring to go for this particular meeting. So I know that yesterday was the first day for the CSO Forum, and it was quite an involving day, a number of issues discussed. But today, we are going to be really focusing around the organizational issues relating to the CSO Forum. So the program today will focus on that, really basically trying to put our house in order and having conversations about how we can improve the way we work and what we are doing around the CSO Forum. So I just want to just flag it out that today we are talking about organizational systems. We are trying to build clarity on the role of CSOs, the role of children in the fulfillment of child rights, as well as later on to launch the CSO Forum strategic plan. So that is how our day is going to go. So I don't want to waste a lot of time. Perhaps just to say that we will have discussions later. We will start with a presentation from the CSO Forum Secretariat. They are going to be giving us a report. And then later on, we are also going to hear from the various regions to hear what it is that has been happening within their regions around child rights, just so that we are on the same page with each other as we go along. So without wasting time, I know, Jenny, you're going to be assisting us with unmuting whoever needs to be unmuted. Also, colleagues, remember that we do have interpretation. I am happy to see that we have sign language. This is quite progressive for the CSO Forum. And we also have French, we have Portuguese, and we have Arabic. So please do tune in to the right language that you prefer as we go along. So at this particular point, I will call upon the CSO Forum Secretariat to give us a presentation. And this is going to be on the ongoing initiatives post the 18th CSO Forum, as well as the challenges and any emerging issues. So I'm handing over now for that presentation. Please do go ahead. I think it's Felicitas.
Thank you so much, Chenge, and good morning to colleagues. I am going to be giving, let me put on I am going to be giving a brief presentation on the CSO Forum Secretariat report. And we hope that we can then use this report to inform the next activities that will be taking place. I'm unable to share my screen. Can I send you, Jenny?
Try now.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we, as you are aware, we are presenting this on the basis of the previous objectives of the CSO Forum, and this is where our presentation will be based on. Oh. My navigation system, okay. So this was our vision and mission statement. I don't want to go through it. We all know it. And for the purpose of not wanting to confuse what the next program item around the strategic plan, we want to go through that. And in the previous roadmap, we had 6 objectives, and these were the 6 that we were working with. You would also recall that we have been busy. We had several webinars, and we had the sitting of the 17th and the 18th CSO Forum, and the 18th one was the one that we held in March 2021. As we indicated yesterday, it has been a tradition now since 2019 November that in all the sittings that we have, that the CSO Forum actually meets with children, or children meet first, and then they can deliberate on their issues, and these issues are the ones that are then presented at the CSO Forum, but they also form our outcome documents that we then engage with the committee. And that was the case this year as well. In March, we met with 313 children, and they engaged in different platforms. As you see, that the actual physical meeting had 100 of them. But then in terms of Facebook and YouTube, that's the number that we actually have. So you can see that virtual meetings can actually have an impact, because we are able to live stream some of these events and interact with others who are not necessarily in the Zoom meeting. And then we had the main sitting where we had a total of 458. But if you take all these 2 main events, we get a total of 771. And we feel that when we look at the numbers only before we actually go to the results in terms of whether or not the knowledge that people do get from these events is actually being utilized, or that we are seeing an improvement in the services that we then offer. But you can see already that if we were to use the indicators of participation and engagement alone, we can see that we've grown as the CSO Forum, perhaps because people are able to then join virtually and are able to engage in such forums. But we'll also see that we have sort of had an increase in terms of the social media platforms that we are utilizing. If you look at the number of the Facebook engagements that we have, 327 in total, YouTube at 70, and of course Twitter at 43. Maybe we need to do more in terms of understanding Twitter. I think because we like writing, we find Twitter very limiting in terms of the number of words you can use there. So that's the total number of what the 18th CSO Forum in terms of engagement and participation means. But then we also had trainings, particularly around the early childhood development. And with that, we trained children, and we had training of civil society organizations, and we had one with parents as well. And that gave us a total number of 668 from those engagements. What we are using as part of our resources, we do have links to some videos or films that we actually have. I don't know where it went, my other, but maybe it will come. But then beyond that, we are also really utilizing social media, and we find groups. You can imagine the meaning of such. We have the one Fortunately for us, all the 5 regional leaders are in that secretariat group from the 5 regions. And then we have the membership one, where all of us are in. And we utilize the membership one more to pass on information, new researches, good practices, breaking news, and so on and so forth, so that we keep ourselves updated on what is happening. But we also do have a website, which we are just awaiting the finalization and adoption of the strategic plan to now actually ensure that it's live and that it's accessible and user friendly. But that's where you would also find a lot of materials, the different reports that were referenced yesterday. That's where you would find a lot of them. You will also find many of our outcome statements that we've made previously to the committee, and you can access that in that platform. Oh, that's the link that I thought you would see. And then, of course, we are trying to ensure that we can develop what we call policy briefs or position papers. And with such, we want to really speak with one voice, so that when you go to North Africa and you are talking to a civil society organization, it will be the same as when you are in Central Africa and you are talking to a civil society organization in terms of what is your position as civil society organizations on early childhood development, for instance. And that position needs to be uniform, needs to be standardized. The policy asks needs to be the same across board. And that's what we're trying to do, so that we can speak with unison, so that it doesn't matter who you are engaging, as long as they're coming from the civil society movement, they would talk to you with the same position on the same issues. And that's what we want to do. So we have 4 so far on those issues: teenage pregnancy, Agenda 2040 by children, and then alternative care, as well as ECD. And then, of course, we did indicate yesterday that we have really taken child participation seriously as a forum. And our taking it seriously has also seen the committee now providing a slot for children, and we are still the ones that are mobilizing and dealing with issues of safeguarding for the committee when sessions are going on to engage with children. But we saw that 80 children were trained on ECD, and those are some of the issues that when we talk about child participation, firstly, is to do with the information. Secondly, is to ensure that with the information that they have, they can influence their peers, influence people in their community, parents, teachers, or any other person that they interact with. But we also want to ensure that they are involved. And that is why you would see that as they participate, there's a lot of writing, there's a lot of taking of videos, there's a lot of talking, because we want to hear the voices. We want them to ensure that they shape the interventions that we have, and that ultimately we are not just creating stuff because we are sitting in offices, but that we get these from children themselves as right holders. These are some of the partnerships that we have formed this year, beyond Plan International, Save the Children, who have been our traditional partners within the CSO Forum, providing both the technical and the financial support. But now we now have UNICEF, we have the African Early Childhood Network, we have Gracia Machel, but these ones are the newest that we now have, and some of the focus areas within these partnerships are still being shaped. I think we will be in a better position to report next time in terms of what the focus areas are with these particular partners. But with the African Policy on Health and Research Center, really our focus area or area of interest with them is one to do with health, and particularly focusing on adolescents and sexual reproductive health. With ILO, we're focusing on issues of child labor, so that we can also ensure that the rights of children around that area is also understood. I'm sure you saw yesterday when ACPF was presenting that even the age of majority and how we apply that differs from one state to the other, despite having perhaps an international definition of age of majority, and that goes to issues around employment as well. And then issues around transforming education, of course, is to do with access to education. And these are some of the new partners that we have. And like I said, we're still shaping the areas of interest and what the mutual benefits would be in terms of what is the give and take within these partners. And then in terms of finances, we've had Save the Children facilitating the 17th and 18th CSO Forum, and mostly costs around this are to do mostly with the interpretation. We have English, Arabic, French, and Portuguese, and sign language as languages that we use within the CSO Forum. And those of you who know costs to do with this, Dominic is going to kill me for saying it out loud, but it's not cheap. This is one of the most expensive services that we have to incur when we conduct these meetings. So interpretation takes the bulk of our budget, and then we have usually we are using Pinnacle services as our service provider during these meetings. And then we have the hosting and reporting, right from development of flyers to the actual registration, getting a link to register, to the actual ensuring that our mics are muted or not, and to the live streaming of our events. And usually we use Toto News for this particular service. And that's where also the bulk of our costs go to. And then, of course, the beginning of the strategic plan, when we had the consultants, Save the Children had facilitated that as well. And then we had another partner, the African Early Childhood Network, who then facilitated those early childhood development trainings for children, civil society organizations. And once again, the costs were going towards hosting, reporting, and interpretation. You would know that as much as these were conducted as regional trainings, but if you take SADC, for instance, we do have English and Portuguese as languages that we use because, and French as well, because Angola and Mozambique, they are Portuguese speaking, and then we have Madagascar and DRC as French, while the rest of the member states are English. So we constantly have to utilize interpretation if we are to understand each other and talk to each other in these meetings. And then, of course, data bundles as well, especially when we are dealing with children, because sometimes these children are actually using their parents' gadgets, and we have to facilitate that data bundles be bought for them. So this is where the cost actually went to. I think next time we will ensure that we actually speak to these financials in actual figures, but I think we can still put the actual figures as part of the slides when you are receiving them. And then, of course, also contributed to the strategic plan development, and it's part of the cost that we're getting. And then Plan International facilitated the translation of the 18th CSO Forum documents, because as you know, we develop these documents in English, and then they still have to be translated to Arabic, Portuguese, and French. and Plan International facilitated that for us for the 18th sitting. And they did the same for this particular sitting, the 19th CSO Forum. In fact, with the 19th CSO Forum, they are bearing all costs to do with this particular CSO Forum. And then the children's meeting for this particular CSO Forum, that one we were fortunate that it was the costs associated with that were borne by PRINSA through TDH and by Toto through the Eastern Southern Africa Regional Office of Safe Children. And that has to do with costs around interpretation, reporting, and hosting of the meeting. And then we'll hear more later, but I thought we thought that perhaps we should indicate already here what our plan for next year is. I'm saying you will hear later because we are still yet to go through the strategic plan, but our focus for next year really is around implementation of the strategic plan, and that starts with the actual dissemination of the strategic plan for buy-in and ownership. It also means that we need to ensure that the management committee that's going to be elected today is inducted, and that they understand their roles and we understand their vision as well as the secretariat, so that
I think we've lost Feli. Maybe give her a minute to join back. Okay.
Yeah.
We've lost Felicitas. Let me just project and finish up where she had started.
Okay, thanks, Jenny.
Apologies about that. I don't know what happened today, but I think Tower showed me stuff. So and then we have the dream of registering the office in Lesotho so that we are close to the committee.
I was projecting for you.
Okay, no, you can. Okay, thank you. And yeah, so that we can be closer to the committee of experts. And then also, as you would also see, and as we saw in the main WhatsApp group, we want to work alongside thematic areas of the committee and have thematic groups that can address the different issues of children, so that we continuously develop ourselves within those thematic areas, but also that we identify areas of research, we develop position papers within those thematic areas as well. And we hope that in March 2022, sorry, in March 2022, that we will actually have a physical meeting, and this will be in Lesotho, where the committee is based. I hope my colleagues at Plan International and Save the Children are listening to this last part of the CSO Forum, the 20th CSO Forum being a physical meeting in Lesotho. But we do have challenges. Madam Chair of PRINSA will also talk to. I guess that's where we need to really engage with the business community, because there are only 2 flights out of Joburg to Lesotho. So we'll have to find ways that help us to be able to go in large numbers to Lesotho. I think this was my last slide, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Oh, yes. And then, of course, I did indicate that we are going to try by all means to identify those areas that we need to do researches on and develop position papers. And those position papers will then facilitate our advocacy initiatives. And of course, the issue around child participation, as we have indicated, we are going to finish the consultations we are having with children, particularly around the establishment of a Pan-African structure that children engage in. And as we heard yesterday from Honorable Sidiko, they are also thinking of having a children's council, and we are part of those initiatives. And of course, we did indicate that we need to ensure that all the documents we have to do with children's rights, that they are developed into a child-friendly version, and that's what we are working towards. Thank you so much, Chenge, over to you.
Thank you very much, Felicitas. That was very informative in as far as it really gave us information around what has been happening with the CSO Forum, and also setting the pace for what we should expect for the next forum. So thank you so much, Felicitas. I think it gets us all to start thinking about next year in terms of what it is that we will be doing with the forum. And when we get back to physical meetings, really, that sounds quite exciting. I think we're all quite fatigued from the Zoom meetings and, you know, everything going virtual. So we do certainly look forward to that back to normalcy kind of arrangement. So thank you so much, Felicitas. I don't want to waste time because we are already way behind time. We started late, colleagues. Apologies for that. Right now, what we are going to do is to have regional reports in terms of what value addition there has been to the CSO Forum from the regions. And they are not going to be in any particular order. I would request that whoever is ready will come on first, because I'm not sure whether we are all on board in terms of all the regions being represented. But just to say that we expect that East Africa will have their presentation, that Southern Africa, Krinza, will also make a presentation, that West Africa, Wassoff, will also make their presentation, also North Africa and I think I mentioned Southern Africa, East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and North Africa. So I would request that we move on with that sort of arrangement. And I'm giving you 8 minutes each for your presentations, so that we try and keep within our time and try to catch up. So just 8 minutes per presentation. Is West Africa ready? Perhaps you could kick us off. Then after that, we could have East Africa, and we move on in that order. West Africa, are you ready? Okay, perhaps they are still preparing. Is East Africa ready? You could come on and give us your brief 8-minute report. Okay, so I see that Central Africa is ready. So let's start with Central Africa, the heart of Africa. So please kick us off. Please go ahead. And as they are speaking soon after, I will be handing over to my colleague Anita to continue with the facilitation. So Central Africa, over to you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please do go ahead.
Ok. J'espère que vous m'entendez bien. Allô?
We can
Hello?
hear you, Constant. You can go ahead.
Ok. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour, chers honorables invités.
Good morning, all our guests. I am the Vice President of Central Africa. I'm taking also this opportunity under the authority of my Vice Chair, Rediak. The work of Rediak is about the right of children to engage activities concerning the consultative action about the right of children. It is a national coalition, and it has a lot of resilience in general. So we have organized activities according to the planning work. So Rediak has received, they have updated also what was organized in the work, and we organize also a Zoom workshop about also the way to share the activities and the impact of COVID, and also the measure which was also organized to protect the children against the COVID-19. So a campaign of sensitization was also organized, especially for children. So we participated in the early children and the participation of early children. We worked also with Chad and the schools. So in Rediak worked also in the region. They organize activities about training. They organize. So remaining in the same line, and they worked with DRC Congo. So they were also recognized. So this organization was also done with the good will of all the participants. So some could not also respect what was expecting. So Rediak is also reiterating the work, and they are going to work in symbiosis and concerning the protection of the African child in a very inclusive way. So we also thank our partner who are helping us while we are also realizing our goals. We know that it is not easy. Rediak is also thanking all the forum because they are working really in the objective implementation of the plan of concerning child protection. So they thank also Save the Children because of the good commitment. So they are also determined to work concerning the child protection. So they also have also written some recommendation now and also in the future. So they are going to work with the civil society. We are recommending that, okay, we have also to continue respecting what we have decided. We need also some inclusivity in all those activities and taking especially the interest of children. So our partners, with our partners, Rediact is in a position of collaborating with all the partners. So we are asking them to work with collaboration. So we need also to strengthen our work to finalize all the activities which were postponed because of lack of finance. So we are asking Save the Children and other partners who show the willingness to contribute in our objective, because Rediac is engaging in work of inclusivity, so you will always be welcomed.
Thank you, Constant. I suppose that is the end of your presentation. Yes?
Okay. Yes. This is the normal presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Central Africa. It is good to see the work that you're doing for the rights of children, especially in Central Africa, in alignment to the objectives of the CSO Forum. We note your work, especially in child participation and child protection, and your call for partnerships, thanking your current partners and calling for more partnerships in order to deliver well in your work. Thank you. I'd like to call upon East Africa. East Africa, are we ready?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Damon Wamara. I'm the Executive Director for Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, but at the same time, also the chairperson for the Eastern Africa Child Rights Network. I bring you the Pearl of Africa, and we are very glad to be here for this forum once again. Of course, we do miss the opportunity for us to gather together and reconnect in the area of child rights and have a good conversations as we usually do. Eastern Africa, which is made up of Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, South Sudan, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somaliland, Somalia, Comoros, and the Seychelles. We are glad that as a network we have been able to keep our engagements. We have been able to engage further in the issues of progressing the rights of children at different levels, right at the national level. We are happy our member organizations have been we're happy that our member organizations have been able to follow up with their countries to have reporting done at the different levels. We have had South Sudan that has participated in the UPR for their country and ensure that their country has, they have submitted to the Human Rights Council on the issues of UPR. They are also engaging their country on ratifying the charter. We have Uganda that has also participated in pushing for the submission of the reports, the periodic reporting, to both the African Committee and also to the UN. Likewise, in Burundi, we have had our child rights organizations also have their strategic plan being developed. And in also in Sudan, we celebrated Sudan because Sudan, and I can be corrected, but AFAF will attest that Sudan has withdrawn its reservations to the child marriage, to the charter on the issues around marriage, the age of marriage, and we are happy to see the progress that the child rights organizations in our region have been able to accomplish. As a network, as we mentioned earlier on, we were able to bring in a new management committee, which I am leading, and we have other members from Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, and Sudan that make up the committee. And we've also been able to come up with an OCA. We've gone through an OCA to understand our capacity, and we're grateful to our partners, Plan and Save the Children, who have engaged and supported us in all these efforts. We've also had a strategic plan, and we're still completing our strategic plan. And hopefully by December, we shall be inviting us to the launch of the Eastern Africa Child Rights Strategic Plan. We had a gathering after a long time of not getting together, and we're happy that we received all members of our member countries, apart from those where, of course, we know there are some challenges. And we had a commitment from each member to go and support in rebuilding the structures and strengthening our regional network as Eastern Africa Child Rights Network. We are also still plugged into the CSO Forum, and we still continue to support Felistas Krinsa in co-managing or as a co-secretariat for the CSO Forum, and we continue to offer support in terms of fundraising, in terms of secretarial job, and we are glad to work with both Felistas and also Jenny Mutoto News in all these efforts. At the regional level, we continue to struggle with the shrinking civic space. Many of you already know Uganda has a big issue around the NGOs closing. We also have countries like, the war and the disturbance in Ethiopia. We also have the issues around the continuous closure and threats to attempted coup d'etats in Sudan. We know that the issue in South Sudan is not yet complete. The issues around security is not yet complete. We continue to see children in these areas continue to suffer as a result of the war. And we are hoping that in the next year's agenda, we will be able to come out strong as Eastern Africa and have a position paper as Eastern Africa on these issues. This is I think these are just a few of the issues that I can raise and share with us. And we are looking towards a strong Eastern Africa in the near future. Thank you very much. And back to you, Anita.
Thank you, Damon. We acknowledge the work that Eastern African Network has been doing, especially their support in the CSO Forum. Thank you, Damon, for pointing out that East Africa Child Rights Network has done a lot in helping states with their reporting, the periodic reporting, the reporting to the African Committee of Experts, and helping particular states with the development of their strategic plan. Thank you very much, East Africa. We'd like to call upon West Africa. West Africa, are you there? Okay, South Africa, Krinsa. South Africa, are you there? Okay. North Africa?
Sorry, I was talking to myself. I was muted.
Okay, Felistas. Okay, you can go ahead.
Southern Africa can go.
Okay.
Can we do this? Not sure. Okay. We are Southern Africa, not South Africa. Southern Africa. We have South Africa as part of the countries in Southern Africa. Southern Africa has 16 countries. If you include Tanzania and Madagascar, which are still undecided because they fall both in Southern Africa and in East Africa. So 16 countries. And Child Rights Network for Southern Africa, CRINSA, is operating in 11 of these 16. And those are the 11 countries that we are operating in. And really our main area of operation is within those 3 pillars. We exist as a result of the existence of our national networks. So in all the 11 countries, civil society organizations, whether these that are community-based or NGOs or INGOs, have formed themselves into national structures. And some of these national structures are registered, some are not registered. They are operating as a loose structure. But the bottom line is, with all of these, what we wanted to do was to engage with government as a unified front, as one entity, so that the government doesn't have to deal with organizations 1 to 20,000. So as a result of that, CRINSA is representing over 2,500 organizations from these 11 SADC countries. And we have 3 pillars that we are answering to. The first one is around gathering intelligence, ensuring that we have evidence, whether this is in relation to gathering evidence in child rights monitoring, where we are monitoring rights violations, evidence through the different researches that are done, not necessarily by us, but done by partners like the committee, like your SAFE, like your plan, like your ACPF. We utilize that as long as they are speaking to SADC as a region. And we then ensure that our capacities are built such that we can have the right knowledge, the right skills, the right authority for influencing. And our influencing really is around policy and practice. That's where we really are specializing in. And the second priority is around ensuring that as civil society organizations within the child movement in SADC, that we become strong and that we can action all that we are saying. Even today, as we leave here with an outcome statement, we want to ensure that within SADC that we can become part of the action and the movement that does move from rhetoric to action. And lastly, that we can ensure that we become effective and efficient as an institution, and that goes to our members as well. And our efficiency will come from, firstly, having a strategic roadmap or framework or direction that really facilitates for us to understand what it is that we are doing and how we are doing that. And you find that we build programmatic and financial systems that actually help us with that. We're still lagging in terms of, being strong in the social, in the ICT component, and that is why you would find that you really rely on Mtoto News for that particular aspect. Now, in terms of an update externally in relation to the CSO Forum, we are the Secretariat, as we are all aware, assisted, of course, by ESRN, as Damon has already indicated, and also assisted by Mtoto News in the Communications Department. We are also the chair of the forum through Madam Amelia Fernanda, and we do that with all the other 4 regions. We have Frank and Constant from Central Africa, who are also part of our team in terms of facilitating the Secretariat. We have Samir from North Africa, who is also part of the team in terms of facilitating the North region. And we have Homeland, who is also facilitating us in the West region. And then, of course, we have our partners like Save the Children, Plan International, Afghan, GMT, and you saw recently the others that we have added in over and above UNICEF, who are also facilitating us in that direction. We have, as a region in SADC, participated at the 18th Children's Meeting. We've also participated at the 18th CSO Forum main sitting. We have participated in the 2021 Day of the African Child. We have also participated in the media trainings that were done, particularly around Agenda 2040. We participated at the Let's Challenge competition, the one that Plan International was running in collaboration with the CSO Forum. SADC as a region participated in that. We also participated as a region at the 37th session of the committee. We have participated as a region as well in the ECD trainings. You would remember that these, as reported yesterday by Alicia, were done as regional trainings, and the outcome of that was a position paper on ECD. And we have also participated in the human rights mechanisms training by Save the Children. And of particular interest for us as SADC was the fact that as a region, or particularly as child service organizations, we were not necessarily in touch with the UPR process. We felt that it had to do with other organizations, and we got to appreciate that we needed to put our footprint within that human rights mechanism as well. We have participated in strategic litigation training as conducted by HDRA. And with this, really, it was to then identify cases that can be taken for litigation. As you would know, our tribunal court in SADC is defunct. So we have to rely on other, when they talk about exhausting local remedies, we can only exhaust national SADC member states remedies. We don't have that of the region. Therefore, we need to skip the region one and go to the continental one. And then we also were part of the organizations that met and drafted a position paper around children's rights and alternative care, as we had the day of the general comment by the UNCRC Council. A position paper that earlier on we did indicate that we do have. And then we also participated recently in a policy analysis training conducted by Save the Children and ACPF. And we have taken part in 2 country missions conducted by the committee, one in Lesotho and one in Botswana. And these for us as civil society organizations within the SADC region was really around how far the implementation of concluding observations were, and particularly around the state party report submissions. You would know that the 2 countries haven't submitted in a very long time. And the third one was around Botswana lifting the reservation that they have on Article 2 around the definition of a child. And when we look inward, which is my last slide, is that we have, as a regional network, held our 6th AGM. We saw the election of a new oversight structure in terms of the board. They were previously called the executive committee, now they're called the board. We have also supported Eswatini and South Africa as CRINSA members to also draw their own roadmaps at national level that can direct how they do business. And we now have a new strategic plan which says Stronger Together for Children in the SADC and African context. Lastly, we have been not well as a region. We've had a lot of issues. We have had unrest in Eswatini, where Eswatini citizens really feel that time is up for monarchy, that they want a different type of engagement in terms of the democratic processes within the country. And as we are aware, also for the longest time, Mozambique in one region has been also mad with civil war, and a lot of SADC country soldiers are actually in Mozambique to help with peacekeeping. That's it for the SADC region. Thank you so much, Anita. Over to you.
Thank you, Felicitas, for that comprehensive outline on what the Southern Africa region is doing to promote children's rights. We acknowledge the work that Southern Africa has done in mobilization and putting of this CSO Forum together, and we appreciate that, of course, with the help of the Eastern Africa Child Rights Network and Mtoto News. I'd like to call upon Western Africa or North Africa, whoever is ready, please. Western Africa or Northern Africa, if they're not here, we'd like to move to the next part of the program. So final call for West Africa or North Africa. Okay, there's no one. So to all the participants here, in case you have any questions on the presentations that have been made by the networks, please feel free to post them on the Q&A session or on the chat box, and then we will respond. So moving on to the next part of the program, this is on the launch of the strategic plan. So I'll call upon the CSO Forum Secretariat to give us a presentation on the strategic plan, that is the strategic direction of the forum, to be shared with the participants here for a discussion and reflection, and ultimately the launch. So, Secretariat. Felicitas, are you there?
Yes, yes, Anita. I didn't hear the last part.
The discussion on the strategic plan. We've moved on to the next part of the program. Yes.
Okay. So we are going to have a strategic plan presentation, which is going to be presented by various people, and I will project so that we can get started with that. Right. So as we are all aware from right in 2019, we had started indications of the strategic plan, and we started NSD now to engage in the process in 2020.
Can I help you by projecting so that you can focus on delivery?
Okay.
Please, let me help you by projecting.
Okay.
Please stop projecting so that I can help you by projecting. Please go ahead. I will project.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that the strategic plan is the first that we are going to have since our establishment in 2009. And what we want to really get out of this is to ensure that we can have a direction in which this structure is moving. And we can also be accountable in terms of whether or not we're actually achieving what we set out to achieve. So we had a process, and this process meant that we needed to ensure that we have a structure in place. Firstly, we hired a consultant who most of you or some of you met in November 2020, Tulani, and with that process, we then had the first draft of the strategic plan around March And after that, you made inputs into the document, and he did version 2 of the document based on your feedback. It was after that feedback that when we now wanted to engage in the processes, particularly for him to present during the 18th CSO Forum. Those of you who were there, you know that we couldn't do that because the consultant was not available. But our relationship with the consultant in terms of just tidying the process then became difficult. And we felt that we needed to part ways with the consultant. So in parting ways, it now meant that we needed to pick up where he left off. So a small team, which we termed task team, was then constituted. And the small team was grown from the management committee of the forum, as well as from partners. So we had, from the management committee, we had slide 3, Doc. From the management committee, we had Madame Amelia Fernanda as the chair. We also had Gracia Michelle, and their representative was Richard Kumotomonsu. And we had Plan International, and their representative was Sam. And the
Doc, please move the slides. They're not moving.
Yeah, slide 3.
Is it there?
I don't know.
The slides are not moving?
No.
No, they're not.
So what slide are you seeing now?
1.
Slide 1. We want 3. We need 3.
Cannot see. Okay, so there's a lag between my presentation and yours. Yours. Okay. Maybe I should. I don't know what to do.
Can I use the projection?
Okay, please use the one I shared.
Yeah, I'm using it.
Okay, let me come out.
Okay, so we had right, thanks. So we had Plan International through their director, Sam, and those were from the management committee. We then had Mtoto News through Jennifer. We had UNICEF as a partner through Dr. Adai. We had Save the Children through Mitch and Mariabe. We had Afghan through Alicia. So this was the technical group or the task team that really helped us to then tie the strategic plan that we're going to be seeing or understanding more in depth today. And this strategy and this task team colleagues, they really gave their all. We were meeting fortnightly, every 2 weeks on a Friday afternoon, because this was an additional work, and they felt that Fridays afternoons, usually there isn't much in terms of meetings or in terms of any other obligations from their workplaces. So would meet every 2 weeks to deal with this. I forgot that within the secretariat, there was myself and Frecia. Well, Frecia was still with ESRN. So would meet every 2 weeks to deal with that. Next slide, Jenny. I think I'm done. So that was the journey that we took to today, where we will get to appreciate more in terms of the strategy. So if you can hear the CSO Forum being taken to court, it might be the consultant, because how we parted ways for both parties really wasn't so pleasant, because he had gone missing. He missed in action for quite a long time. We call meetings, he doesn't pitch up. But then when we terminated the contract, he felt that he had done. So I'm going to hand over to Alicia, who is going to take us through the overview of the strategic plan, who will also then hand over to other colleagues. Alicia?
Hello, good afternoon and good morning, everybody.
Next slide, Jen.
I hope that I am audible enough.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So,
Alicia, go on.
Alicia, are you there? Alicia, we can't hear you.
Maybe we should continue. Alicia will indicate when she's back on. So the introduction is, as already indicated, we exist to speak with one voice on issues to do with children. And this time around, what is different is that much as the African Charter remains our foundation, we've also added the UNCRC to be part of the foundation in which this forum or civil society organizations are going to engage in ensuring that we pursue the common interest of the rights and welfare of children. Next slide. And we are saying that this document is going to be for the period 2022, 2026. We had fixed that. And it really does set out our vision, mission, values, goals of the CSO Forum, as well as define what is going to be priority for us to work in and how those priority areas are going to be achieved. We do have within the strategic plan a performance measure, which is going to help us to track where we are in terms of the progress to achieving those priority areas and achieving those activities. And as we indicated, this was a consultative process. You were involved at different levels, particularly when we had draft one. It was circulated widely for you to make comments, and then also involving key partners who do have the technical expertise to help us to define the strategic plan. Next slide. And this is coming at the backdrop of understanding that we are living in a changing continental landscape for children. I think yesterday, as we heard from the different partners as they talked to the solidarity remarks, we find ourselves really living in an era where childhood experience is different from other childhood experiences that other people have. And as a result of that, we find that even the state party commitment to issues of children is also different. And politically, as a continent, we are also experiencing an elevation of profiling issues of children within the AU itself. But also we are seeing that if you look at the Committee of Experts and compared perhaps to the yesteryears, you will find that we now have an empowered African Committee of Experts on the rights and welfare of the children. We're also seeing that when we talk of the landscape of children, we find that the African Union Commission is now really interested in issues of children. And that is why the comment yesterday by Edmond around engaging in the NGO forum is critical, because that's where we can access the commission. Other issues that really form part of our context insofar as this strategic plan is concerned is around issues of the respect of human rights by some of the stakeholders, that we find that perhaps in that respect, there's a pervasive social, cultural, and religious practices that perhaps undermine human rights broadly and children's rights specifically. But we are also finding ourselves working within a context where technology has also, come full force and offering abundant opportunities, but also, pointing glaring challenges in terms of access. And that's the context that this strategic plan is embedded in. We are also seeing a lot of poverty levels that perhaps are caused in some instances by climate change, because in countries where, families were highly reliant on subsistence farming, they can't, because perhaps that we don't experience rains as we used to, and therefore poverty becomes high as a result of that climate change. And we are also seeing the risk of global health pandemics, COVID-19 as one of them. In SADC, for instance, we had Cyclone Idai and later on Cyclone Eloise. So these are some of the global health pandemics that really form part of the context in which this strategic plan is based on. And also the persistent conflicts and civil unrest that we are seeing in the continent. When you look at issues of Mozambique, look at issues of Lake Chad, South Sudan, and recently Eswatini. These are some of the examples of persistent conflicts and civil unrest that form part of the context for the strategic plan. Next slide. And I hand over to Mitch, who is going to be dealing with the vision mission statement. Mitch.
Thank you, Felicitas, and thank you for inviting us again today. And so I'll be delivering the vision mission and the structure of the organization, how it will look like. So as the CSO Forum, what is it that we are bringing to the table, and what is our comparative advantage in terms of supporting this gathering of the CSO Forum? So maybe it's important that we just have a quick definition of what was the idea behind coming up with this vision statement. So looking at the vision statement, it describes what the CSO Forum would want to achieve within the long run or within the specific time of this strategic plan. And also it depicts the aspirations of what the CSO Forum will look like in the future, as it sets a defined direction for the planning and execution of this strategic plan. So I thought maybe that would be important for us to just understand what is a vision statement. So the vision statement is saying, our vision is that all children in Africa should enjoy their fundamental rights as enshrined in the African Charter and the Rights and the Welfare of the Child and the UNCRC, and grow in a safe, loving, and nurturing environment to achieve their full potential. This is what we aspire. This is what we want to achieve within could be in this 5 years of this life of the strategic plan, or in the near future. And then we go over to the mission statement. What is the mission statement? And what the idea behind coming up with this mission statement is that a mission statement is an action-based statement that declares the purpose of the CSO Forum and how it will serve the people. And when we say people, we are referring how it's going to serve the networks, the regional child rights networks that are forming the CSO Forum, and also how we are going to save the children as we get the mandate from the children. So in short, the mission statement is a short summary of the CSO Forum's purpose. And what does it read? So the statement reads, our mission is to convene connect, and capacitate civil society organizations to advocate for and influence the full implementation of the African Children's Charter and the UNCRC in Africa. Implementation goes to the reporting processes and everything that entails in terms of how the Charter and the UNCRC are being utilized at the country level and also at the regional level. Next slide, please. So what are our core values? We need to be guided by something, and these values are what are guiding us. So the CSO Forum commits to be guided by the following. The CSO Forum will be accountable. The CSO Forum will also respect of our diversity. Africa is made up of different people, different religions, and we need to be able to respect that. The CSO Forum is going to ensure that there is participation, that is participation in all its angles. Feedback will be given and everyone will be given a chance to air out their views. Equality, regardless of sex, gender, creed, wherever, whatever you are, that will be provided for. Equity and transparency. The CSO Forum shall be transparent. In every decision that will be taken, everything will be transparent. And we move over to the membership. So the CSO Forum is made up of CSOs working in Africa on child rights and welfare of the children. The platform is open to all CSOs who sign up for membership, irrespective of location and area of work. In its work, the CSO Forum engages various stakeholders, which include the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Children, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The CSO Forum also engages the African Union Commission, the regional economic commissions or communities such as SADC and the ESC. There are others that are within the region. We have IGAD also, it's another REC that we also engage. We also engage all AU member states. We also engage AU agencies, UNICEF and other agencies that make up the UN, practitioners, non-governmental organizations, media and other stakeholders, children and parents in Africa. Thank you very much. Next slide. So what is the governance structure? How does the governance structure of the CSO Forum look like? So the governance structure of the CSO Forum is comprised of the management committee. There is no board, there's a management committee and the secretariat. The management committee is made up of CSOs representatives from each of the 5 African regions and the development partners. The management committee leads and provides the strategic direction of the CSO Forum. There is need for that management committee, and advises this, the secretariat. So the secretariat is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the forum, including organizing of meetings, organizing of these sittings that we are having, engagement with stakeholders and other members, looking at drafting of policy positions, leading on researches and engaging with the media. So currently the CSO, the Secretariat of the CSO Forum is being led by the Southern Africa Child Rights Network and the East African Child Rights Network, and getting support from Total News on communications as they are doing today. Next slide, please. So what is our comparative advantage? What are we bringing to the table, right? Well, what is our whole existence, and what is it that we are still lacking? So I think the core comparative advantage is that the CSO Forum brings together all child rights networks within the region, and also the relationship that the CSO Forum has with the African Committee of Experts and the proximity that we have to the AU. And so the CSO Forum, the main strength is that we bring together diversity of its membership. 5 regions of Africa coming together, forming one entity that is providing advocacy at the highest level within the region. I think that also brings that diversity, and also having the presence at the country level, at the regional level, and also at the Pan-African level. And bringing together those minds, that collective knowledge, skills on child rights issues, and its interactions and the networks that are vast within the region. However, this potential continues to be constrained by challenges and constraints that require urgent action and sustained impact. These include, we have been mentioning this, the civil society space is shrinking, and the absence of a dedicated operational budget for the CSO Forum. And we are glad we have our development partners here, and they are listening to this. And also, there is a limited working modalities of the CSO Forum, including absence of a clear strategic direction in communication strategy. I think that has been dealt with. Once we launched this, once the Secretariat has launched this strategic plan, now we have a clear strategic direction that will also cover all other areas. And also, some of the national and regional CSOs still need to be capacitated, and in order for them to function well, to be well coordinated, to ensure that we are going in the same direction. I think this is the end of my presentation. Yes, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I now hand over to Sam. Thank you. Over to you, Sam.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Sam Noga. I work with Plan International. And I would like to thank the CSO Forum for inviting Plan and engaging Plan in the formulation of the strategy. And we believe the strategy is key for every organization and every association. And we are happy that you finally have a strategy in place. And so congratulations on that. I would like to go through the next presentation, and it's basically to look at the goals and objectives of the CSO Forum. There are two goals with its associate objectives. The two goals are looking, one, at strengthening and internal strengthening of the CSO Forum itself, and then also effectiveness. And so we're looking at strengthening diversity and functionality of the CSO Forum, which would help us to look at how we function as a CSO and how we also look at our diversity. But our second goal is looking at how we improve our effectiveness as a CSO, one, in making progress, but also showing significant contribution and sustain contribution. Next slide. Objective. The first goal, we have 6 objectives. Now, the first one is looking at establishing, maintaining, and serving as a platform for convening, connecting CSOs, making sure that we're implementing and monitoring the charter and also the UNCLC. And I think Felix has mentioned this right in the beginning, that we're looking beyond the African Charter and looking at the UNCLC as well. We also looking at mobilizing and promoting partnership and networking among civil society organizations, which is key. I think when Mitch was talking, he made mention of the fact that the CSO, the civil society space is shrinking. And one of the ways to be able to strengthen our resolve is to make sure we're working in partnership, but also networking among CSOs. And I think that is the direction we're going now with CSOs Forum from 5 different regions coming together and working together to promote the rights and welfare of children. But also to facilitate information sharing. We all know that information is key. Whether we're making decisions, whether we're advocating, whether we're influencing, we need information. And so sharing information, making sure that that information is available, best practices, researches that have been conducted, either by the committee, state parties, stakeholders, are all important for us to be able to make decisions and judgments. The next objective is looking at building the capacity of CSOs in advocating and implementing and monitoring the Charter and the UNCLC and its mechanism. And again, as I said, one, we need information, but also need capacity. So you can't do without the other. So it's important that we look at our own internal capacities. But finally, to strengthen the CSO Forum Secretariat, we need that office, we need that function to be able to be strengthened, to be able to make sure that they are bringing us together as we have it now. One, to be able to steer the CSO Forum, to be able to coordinate and also support the activities of the forum. Next slide, please. Now, under the goal of effectiveness of the CSO Forum, we are looking at 4 specific objectives. One of them is about engagement with the committee and with the AU, with the UNCRC, with UNICEF and other UN agencies, but also looking at other stakeholders who are working towards the promotion and the protection mandate of children's rights across the continent, and making sure that these rights are being realized and also being sustained. Now, the second objective under the goal is to mobilize children. We can't do without the children. I mean, children have to be part of it. Children have to have their say. They have to be part of the solution. They have to be part of all the work that we do. And so we have to mobilize children, especially girls. We have to provide safe space. We're not just bring the girls and the children, but providing safe space for them to be able to harness their voices and also be seen as equal partners in the implementation of the Charter and the UNCLC. The third objective and the second goal is to advocate and influence lobby member states to prioritize the implementation, respect, promote, protect, and the fulfillment of the provisions of the Charter and the UNCLC. I think one of the things we often see and hear is that we always have a lot of policies, we have a lot of legislations, but has always been the challenge of implementation. And so this objective is core to what we would want to see, that we are lobbying for the implementation of the provisions of the Charter and also the UNCLC. And finally, it's about contribution toward the development of emerging policies and issues. I mean, we live in societies that keep evolving. And so we need to also make sure that as societies evolve and as new issues emerge, we are positioned to be able to contribute and be able to monitor those. And so this objective is critical in the sense that it helps us to make sure that we are on top of what is happening, but not just on top, but we are also being part of monitoring issues around the Charter and the UNCLC. So those are the 10 objective and the 2 separate goals. Internal goal of the CSO Forum, but also looking at the effectiveness of the CSO Forum. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it over now to the next presenter, Eddie.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you for sharing the 10 commandments with us.
I didn't even realize actually the 10 commandments. Go ahead, Eddie.
Thank you very much. So let me say that I'll be presenting the theory of change of the CSO Forum. And the theory of change actually brings together the mission and the objectives to enable the CSO Forum deliver on its mandate. And basically, it starts with the 4 C's: to convene, to connect, to capacitate, and to coordinate. So those are your 4 C's that Mish so eloquently articulated. But you are not doing that for doing sake, so that we have a stronger, more vibrant, better resourced, and better structured CSO Forum. And you aim to see a number of intermediate results through becoming more vibrant. You want to see progress in generating evidence and good practices, giving your field level presence, but not just generating evidence, using the evidence to advocate with one voice. And I think you heard it earlier on from Felistos, that you come together and have one voice in advocacy for advocating for issues related to children, including the use of technologies. And as part of the commandments, facilitating child participation. And the CSO Forum should be worried when other bodies begin to try and set up fora for child participation. You should really be bringing children together in a big way so that people come to you for that support. But also not working in isolation, leveraging different entities. And you heard the partnership side earlier on, and making a substantive and meaningful contribution state party reporting. So these become the areas where through becoming vibrant, you need to see some progress moving forward. And in doing so, you want to be able to substantively influence the work of the committee and be able to effectively help the committee in holding state parties accountable and leveraging the committee's work so that we, at the end of the day, will be seeing, it will be moving closer and closer towards the vision of through national programs. So that is your theory of change. It brings together your mission and the 10 commandments into a coherent narrative for the CSO Forum and areas where you like to see progress. What the theory of change does, building on the mission and the objectives, is that it begins to define areas of work for you. And these areas of work are pillars, they are generic. And already there's a conversation going on the domain, the other domain areas in terms of the pillars of the African Charter. But from a generic perspective, the 8 areas of work that this defines for you, at least in the first couple of years of the implementation of the structure of the strategy, are to really work within these areas to position you and strengthen you as a CSO forum, to become better structured, to become stronger, better resourced, and more vibrant. But more importantly, become a force of influence, well positioned to make very meaningful contributions to the work of the African Committee of Experts in Rights and Welfare of the Child. So the first area of work which you heard from a lot of your colleagues that you need to consolidate is the implementation, monitoring implementation of the Charter. The second area of work is really about the outreach that Felicitas is so eloquently articulated, but it's brought together in a coherent way in the strategy is deliberate outreach to partners, because you cannot do it alone. The third area of work is children's voices, facilitating and mobilizing children's voices in an inclusive way and in a safe space, as Sam said, as part of the 10 commandments. The fourth area of work, which is very much linked to the pillars of the Charter, is undertake key advocacy activities. And I saw an email from Jennifer that is already beginning to get us to convene and connect around various parts of the Charter. It provides the content of child rights. Felicitas, can you hear me?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Because I see people are frozen, so I needed to establish that. So it's advocacy, but there's content for the advocacy, and that's linked to the pillars of the Charter, the domain areas of the Charter. But you cannot do this without some research and documentation, and the CSO Forum should be able to commission some studies, but also, as clearly articulated by Felicitas, and pull together studies that have been done into your knowledge platform. So these are the areas where you would like to see progress moving forward, and I'm hoping that the regional level CSOs will adapt this and begin to run with them depending on their context. But you cannot do all the things you are doing if you don't convene and connect yourselves. As a network, you are stronger if you come together. And the strategic plan already identifies that you need to work together as a CSO forum. So having clear benchmarks for convening and connecting beyond the annual meetings is something that you need to do. And it's very clear that this builds on what the regions are doing. But any network is as strong as its members. So you need to invest in building your own capacities. And that's why building capacity, defining an agenda of things that you think the forum needs. And they can span from the domain areas that we are, Jennifer was talking about, to areas that are more operational, like financial management. But this is something you have to define as you move forward on the agenda. And it's not going to be static. It's going to be based on the realities that people find in terms of the work they do. And last but not the least, you need to coordinate yourself. To fail to coordinate yourself is to dissipate a lot of your energies. Collective impact of the CSO Forum can only happen if you coordinate yourself. So from the 10 commandments, your strategy is defining 8 action areas that actually contribute in an interactive way towards achieving the objectives that have been defined in the strategy. I think that is all I have to say, unless our colleague Richard is not available, in which case I'll continue. Next slide, please. Richard was having issues with his connection. Richard, are you with us? Okay, so Felicitas, if it's okay, let me run through the M&E.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so it's one thing to have a strategy, it's another thing to put in place a system for monitoring and reporting. And the strategic plan already sets down the elements of this process. And what the CSO, the strategic plan is proposing is that you implement a periodic monitoring, review, and reporting system that will offer you the space to check in on progress that you are making, review your performance against key indicators, and identify lessons and agree priorities for moving forward. So it's a check-in for you to assess progress. Given that your network, the system will have to be participatory from bottom up and top down. That's the idea. And I think the regional, you already have an architecture for doing so. The next step is to provide you with the framework that ensures that the presentations that the different CSOs make are aligned towards the priorities that you collectively define. So you have an excellent platform already, and today you saw bits and pieces of it, but it requires that collectively you commit to it. So it must be participatory and data and evidence driven. And this is going to be a journey that you have to undertake as a forum. It will offer the forum the opportunity to convene and reflect and connect around what works and commit to the implementation of key priorities and action. So increasingly, you are moving towards an architecture where you have a technical session, like what we did yesterday, and today a business session. That is what we are having today, a business session that looks at your work and tries to say, look, where are we going as a CSO? What do we need to do? What's the architecture for moving forward, etc., etc. And based on that, the next slide, the forum has identified 2 buckets of indicators. There are buckets of indicators around which we need to evolve scorecards, and we need to use as a basis for our conversation. There are lots of people who want different kinds of indicators. Please be careful. An indicator is as good as the one that is used for programming and for action. So don't let the idea of a perfect indicator become the enemy of the good indicator. the good indicator is one that is used. Two big buckets. One bucket is your functionality as a CSO forum. That looks at whether your platform for engaging is functional, but functionality beyond the central level where the secretariat is, functionality in terms of the regions and the national level. You heard the contextual analysis. The second issue is whether you're able to get together around convening, around your meetings, and whether there are meetings that meet your needs. Indeed, it shouldn't be just the CSO meeting at the margins of the committee's meeting. Should just be a summit. There should be a process of bringing things from the ground up and taking things from up down. The other thing is membership drive. I mean, you need to have members. I heard that CRINSA alone has 2,500 members. You need to move it from just members to active members. 80-20 rule, always remember 80-20 rule. So there must be a sense of bringing people together, and that happens when people see value and they co-create values. So you have to co-create value and you share value. And the other thing that is critical for your functionality is your governance structure. Getting and the analysis showed that you don't have a budget for the forum, for the secretariat. We need to establish that, and we need to do it in a predictable way, drawing on your partners and drawing on yourselves as well. So that's one bucket of indicators that allows you to look at yourselves and say, are we functional? Without a functional body, you cannot perform. The next set of indicators is around your performance. So your performance looks at a couple of things. One is whether you even have a set of priorities as articulated in a work plan, without making the work planning process an industry in itself. So you need to think about transaction costs, but you need to find a way of articulating your own priorities in the form of a work plan and make it simple. And the work plan can be articulated around your 4 C's or something like that. The second is your influence. Is the CSO influential in Africa? You need to step back and say, look, are we talking among ourselves? Is the committee listening to us? Are our partners taking us seriously? Without a CSO forum, without influence, it's not useful to the children of Africa who you want to serve. The third performance area is around concluding observations. It's a critical area of our work, and we need to work on following up on them, including the complaints mechanisms that comes from bottom up. And that is the way we get to interface fairly strongly with the African community. The other thing is universal ratification. I think the CSOs are on the ground and in countries. And my own humble view is that universal ratification is an indication of the level of functionality of the CSO, the functionality and performance of CSOs in a particular country. If countries have not ratified and have CSOs, then maybe they are not networked because it's a concern to all these CSOs. And related to that is the state party reporting. The last issue that you need to help yourself with, and it came out very strongly in the 10 commandments, is having information, intelligence, data, and a system for sharing knowledge, which people call knowledge management. So these are performance areas that you need to be working on. My advice is that you don't invest too much effort into creating perfect indicators that become enemy of the good indicator. It should be things that you want to talk about. They should be things that you can measure, but they should be things that you would use to influence the way you work. And I think we can work towards a dashboard of indicators around these things and learn and improve and move forward on them as a forum. So I think in terms of the monitoring system, is one thing to have indicators, it's another thing to have a monitoring system. So next slide, please. So the next slide is about the systems for planning and monitoring that would be in place to support these indicators. And I think have we lost our presenter? Okay. So Felicitas has had a difficult time trying to help us define the planning, monitoring, and reporting process within the cycle. But a couple of things are emerging based on the cycle that you operate. And the first is for you to know what your cycle is. A lot of people think the cycle should be January to December. I can tell you that in Addis Ababa, our cycle is September to September. So nothing in this world says your cycle should be January to December. And after a lot of reflection and based on the work that you have been doing, I think the proposal is that your annual cycle will be from March to February. And I want to pause here briefly before I finalize for Felicitas to say a few words about the March to February cycle. Felicitas, you want to come in?
Just to say that perhaps we can agree on the exact monitoring cycle, because the March, April, October, November timelines were as a result of us meeting in March or April, just before the committee meets. And usually we had agreed that that's going to be a strategic meeting. And then the October, November was also predetermined by the fact that the committee meets during that time as well. And it was going to be a programmatic meeting, as we saw yesterday, with a lot of skills building and information sharing session. So perhaps it's this house that can agree on what or which timeline they think would serve us better to use as a measuring yardstick. Thank you.
Excellent. So that is the issue. The March to February each year becomes your cycle, and you can have a conversation on it and adopt it. But you give each time a specific focus, and the idea is that you're going to have two statutory meetings at the continental level, which are back to back with offer you the opportunity to prepare for the committee's meeting. And the March and April, that's the March, April meetings, and the October, November meetings at the margins of the committee's meetings. And these meetings would have a business agenda, and that would allow you to look at yourselves internally, but it will also have a technical agenda that you can look at in terms of the substance of your work, and you need to create space for the two. What is not here is the adjusted duration of the strategy. And the idea is that this strategy will run from 2002 to 2006. Initially, it was going to be 2001 to 2005. So somewhere in the middle of this timeline, you need to take a midterm review, a midterm evaluation, depending on what you would agree, so that you would ask yourself, has this strategy just become paper strategy, or a strategy that has that we are really implementing and using to deliver results? So overall, the conclusion is that it's important for us to recognize that even though we are talking about a CSO forum at the continental level, the regional networks and indeed the country networks are very useful organizations that would need to help move forward the strategy. And they'll need to facilitate mobilization of CSOs and children, as well as ensure safeguarding of mechanisms are followed through in all these engagements. So let me stop here and say that this is the work that collectively we have been doing and working with some of you, and hand over to Felicitas on the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eddie. Colleagues, this is your strategic plan. So what we did here was a summary of the document, and we want to hear your views. Both Dr. Eddie and Sam, if Sam is still available, will help us to coordinate the feedback, and Jenny will also help us to look into the chat box, the Q&A, and the hands that are raised as Anita finalizes the coordination of the session. But basically, this is our strategic plan, and we need to ensure that it's speaking to all of us, that we can identify what the vision, mission statements, that the objectives are speaking to what we need to be doing as civil society organizations, and that the theory of change is what really will help us to make a difference in the lives of children and to really make an impact within the stakeholders that we work with, and that the M&E section will really help us to gauge whether or not we're on the right path. So we invite you colleagues to really look into it, to make comments, to ask the questions. The idea is that from here, we work with all the comments, questions you have. We'll also send through the word version so that you can also have a look at it. But what we want to do really is to ensure that by the end of the month of November, we have consolidated all the feedback, and that we can ensure that by December we have left, when we break for holidays, we've left the document with the translators to translate it into Arabic, French, and Portuguese. And then early next year, we'll try source funds so that we can now make it a child-friendly version. But we need to make sure that we have all the feedback, and that feedback is consolidated such that come 2022, we hit the ground running using the same strategic plan. So please, this is your time to make comments and to make suggestions. Thank you so much. And Dr. Eddie, please help. Jenny, please help as well before we go into the next session of elections. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have two hands up. We start with Constance from Radiec. Constance, yes.
Oui, hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Just go on.
Oui, bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you are following me.
Hello.
Are you getting me very well?
Yes, yes, go ahead, Constance.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Alors,
merci de m'avoir donné la parole. J'ai bien suivi le développement du plan stratégique
following from the beginning to the end, my comment is this. It is a very, very good work. The team who conceive it, so I say really kudos. So we are finding all the elements, the objective you are following are inside it. The only advice, so we have also to respect when it comes about the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Constant. There is another hand up, Malineo.
No, there's Edmund. Edmund was next, and then Malineo, and then Richard. Edmund?
Thank you very much, Jenny. This is also to just say thank you very much to the team that put this together. Congratulations. On behalf of IHRD, also endorse the plan. It is a very good one, and we would commit ourselves to working to ensure its successful implementation as a member of the forum. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Edmund. Malineo? Go on, Malineo. You need to unmute yourself. Okay.
First, I would like to commend and congratulate the team that has brought us together here.
Marlena, you need to.
And what are you saying, Jenny?
Go on.
Jenny, I would like to really also thank all the partners that are supporting the CSO Forum. It is growing, and that has to be appreciated. I would like us just to say the issue of child participation, I think we should put more effort into that, because I think we have seen that children touch the emotions of all the decision makers. Plan. I think what has been started as the Pan-African Child-Led Organization speaks to what I am saying. And I would like to say, can we also, as now we are moving forward to cost the strategic plan, we should really put a budget for this organization, because I think with it we can make a significant changes in the attitudes of the decision maker. Secondly, I would like to say we are talking about the reporting by member states. And I would like us also within this forum, look at how we can impress on our government to report. They commit to the treaties. They come back, they even domesticate, but the reporting is still an issue. So I would like us also, as the CSO Forum, look into how best we can put a pressure on our government. For us, Lesotho also is the host of the AU Secretariat, the team of experts. I think the SADC region also needs to continue to be commended for having had that opportunity to bring the team of experts in the SADC region. And for us as Lesotho to thank all the SADC region or the SADC member states for having found it fit to put the secretariat in Lesotho. And with this, I would like to say, good work that was done, and let's go and finalize the strategic plan as it has just been indicated by the listers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madeline. Richard, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Madam Chair, I just want to propose the next practical step in terms of soliciting input. I think let's decentralize the input, ensure that we give each region specific time.
Jenny, Richard, your volume is very low. I don't know if you can.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. My proposal is that in the best interest of time, Madam Chair, I know we want to zoom to election, that we agree, one, in terms of allowing each region to coordinate their responses. Two, from the management team and the coordinating team, we develop 1 or 3 guiding questions so that as and when they review the strategic plan, they are guided by those questions, and then they can send their inputs on the date that we shall agree upon, and then finalize the strategy. Well, I'm raising this so that we don't get feedback and input.
Richard, please unmute yourself. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, Jenny, we decided to yeah. Okay, so that's my proposal, Madam Chair. Just truth is that let's decentralize the final input into regions so that each region can coordinate itself. And in terms of the input going to a central place at that level, let's develop guiding questions that I think the team that we are working on the strategic plan, we can develop that about 2 to 3 guiding questions so that as and when they review the strategic plan or they want to make input, what are those key issues or pointers that they have to focus on? And then from there, we can finalize the strategy. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. I see the same comment from the chat. Someone's seconding you about the same. Is anybody supporting what Richard has said? If so, can I see thumbs up or hands up? Thank you, Damon. Thank you, Edmund. Thank you. Anybody else supporting? Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming all of us are supporting Edmund. Okay. So so we are going to share, I'm sure the coordinators of the different regions already have the strategic plan. So right now it's just maybe them taking it to the rest of the members and allowing them to have an input and planning a 1 hour or 2 hour feedback session. So yeah, we agree on feedback time by end of November. We need to have gotten the feedback. As Felista said, we want to launch it on 1st of January. This thing has been going on for 2 years, so we really want to have an end to this. So we are getting feedback by end of November. So for all regions, please, can we get all the feedback by end of November so we can compile the feedback? Because as you heard, it's a small committee that meets every 2 weeks. So, and I think our next meeting is on 26th of November, if I'm not wrong. So by 26th of November, at least we'd have gotten some feedback and to start inputting into the document. So, Felicitas, yes, all the feedback from the region. Yeah. That's correct, right?
Yeah, but I think let's put a timeline to it. Let's say by the 25th of November, all the feedback should be in, and feedback is sent to Secretariat, and Secretariat is felicitas.mutimedi@quinsa.net, Innocentia@quinsa.net, Jennifer at mtotonews.org. It's Ben. We will send the email address on the chat, but it's ESRN, it's Mtoto News, it's Quinsa. You can send to either of us, and we'll make sure that it reaches the task team. And if we don't get it by the 25th, it would mean that we take it, we're okay with this version, the current version, and we'll work with the feedback that we'll be having at that time. We must already make a disclaimer, Jenny, that the reason why we haven't translated the document yet, firstly, it's pricey. Secondly, it's still an evolving document. It changes every day. As you saw today, we agreed that it will be a 2022 to 2026 strategy, but we still have 2021. 2021 is finished already. So it's those things that make it difficult for us to already translate it at this stage. But we are willing to use our friend Google for now with not so professional translation so that we can just do translation with the final version, which is going to be in December. I hope we are not, stigmatizing and violating other regions' rights to fully participate by saying that. But please do pardon us and forgive us for that logistical hiccup. I think that's it from me for now in terms of the strategic plan, Jenny.
Thank you so much for that. So we have agreed that unless if you don't belong to a regional organization, as Feli has said, the emails are, as Felicitas has said, we are going to be typing them into the chat box. Please send your comments on the strategic plan. We'll try to upload the draft one onto the website by end of day. We'll upload the draft one at the CSO Forum website. So that is childrencssoforum.africa. So you can get under the resources and downloadables, you can be able to go and download the report, the draft strategy from there. If you have not, by end of day, we'll have uploaded it. So next is elections. Yay, Africa, the way we love elections. So we can start campaigning. So I'm going to hand over this meeting.
Okay, can I leave now? I think, thank you very much for the opportunity to interact. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Thank you, Dr. Eddie.
Thank you very much, all of you. I guess the election is internal, so partners can leave, right?
No, we have two positions for people, for international organizations and regional organizations. Feli, go ahead.
Okay, we have two positions for Pan-African international developmental partners, and previously this was Plan International through Salam, and Gracia Machel through Richard. So that's the committee that's been dissolved, but we still have those two slots. So please don't go, because there's that section that you need to participate in terms of the two positions.
Sure.
So Edmund, you can take over, please, and introduce yourself and run the show.
Thank you very much, Felicitas. It's still morning in Banjul. Good morning to you, dear colleagues on the western side of things, and good afternoon to the north, south, central, eastern part of the continent. Time has come once again for us to constitute a new set of leaders. And as per our constitution for the forum, we would have to get regional representatives constituting the management committee. And then we have 2 slots for Pan-African organizations. And as Felicitas has explained, then we would have nominations from that section. I believe we have had some regional consultations already, and so we would be sharing the names of our selected representatives. But let me take this opportunity by the powers vested in me to say that the current committee therefore stands dissolved, having constituted the forum now into an election forum, and to sincerely thank the outgone committee. You have really done a yeoman's job to keep this forum going under your term of office. And so let's acknowledge and say thank you to the following persons are captured on the site. So Amelia Fernanda from Southern Africa, who was our chairperson, thank you very much. Dear Professor Salah Arafa from North Africa, who was vice chairperson, Prof. Shukran Yahabibi, thank you very much. Monsieur Vika Bangui from Central Africa, merci beaucoup. Grâce à Dieu, Dieu te bénisse. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let God bless you.
God bless you too. Hussein Rahman from West Africa. Hussein, thank you very much. And Paulino Akwe from South Sudan, East Africa, was the treasurer. So dear colleagues, we thank you. So now the floor is open, and I'll just go through the regions as you give us our names, and we'll be capturing them as you mention them. So let us start with Southern Africa. If you could kindly have us share your nominee for the position. Southern Africa. Oh, you are still conferring. Is Southern Africa still conferring? Okay, whilst the South is conferring, can we move to Western Africa? Western Africa, is there a hand?
Yeah, this is Colonel Messi from Waxoff.
Yes,
West African Civil Society Forum.
Yes. Yes, Komlan, who would you nominate for the position?
Okay, we have to get back to you on that. We sent some inquiries. We have not got confirmation yet, so we have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Right. Central Africa.
Allô?
Oui.
Allô?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oui, je pense. Allô? Vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui.
Are you getting me? I think the chairperson has sent the person who is going to represent the region of Central Africa. It is Monsieur Vital Batundi.
Very well.
Okay.
So Central Africa, we have a name. C'est Monsieur Vital.
C'est Vicar Batundi, c'est ça.
Oh, c'est Vicar
Continuez,
Batundi.
B-A-N, Vicar, oui, ok. Car Batundi.
Vital Batundi. Batundi, Vital.
Vital, pas Vicar, c'est Vital.
C'est ça. C'est ça, Vicar.
Oh, Vicar.
Vicar Batundi.
Vicar Batundi.
Vicar, merci.
I have a question.
Comme je l'écris, regardez dans le chat de la discussion, j'ai envoyé le nom.
Oui, j'ai
pour
vu,
corriger
merci.
l'orthographe.
Merci.
Sorry, I've been unmuted.
Yes, a question.
Yes, Edmond.
Yes.
This is Frecia from Power. And
Yes.
I would like, since you're the returning officer, I would like to seek clarification.
Yes,
The
please.
tradition has always been that once the regional networks elect their chairman,
Yes.
automatically these become the representatives to the committee. So are we
Yes.
changing this position?
No, once the names come, yes, that is it. Essentially, they are supplying us the names of the persons who are nominated, yes. So we will not have a sort of round of voting on these people. No, we would accept them as the names submitted.
Okay, so the regional networks, if I get you correct, are merely giving you the list of who is heading the
Yes.
regional networks at the moment. So I'm wondering why that is taking time, because already sorry, the regional networks already have their leadership in place?
I think the idea is for the regional networks to come up with a name. If they put up the name of the person heading, not a problem. If they choose somebody else, like Comland said, in Western Africa, they have had some consultation. They are waiting for the feedback. Yes.
Okay.
Right. So, thank you, Central Africa. Northern Africa. Is Northern Africa ready? So whilst Southern and Northern are conferring, can we have Eastern Africa?
Edmond, Southern Africa.
Southern Africa, yes, Richard.
Malinewo. Somebody will help with the proper spelling.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Madineo, okay, thank you. Right. So Eastern Africa.
Damon Wamara for Eastern Africa.
Thank you very much. Damon Wamara for Eastern Africa. Very well, thank you. Northern Africa, are you ready? Okay, so Northern Africa is still conferring. The Pan-African organizations, so here we are looking at those partners working across the whole continent. And off the top of my head, I'm thinking...
Edmund.
Yes.
For
yes.
Southern Africa, they're saying it's not Malineo, it is somebody called Kitso Motwari.
All right. That's the Southern African consensus.
Yes.
Oh, very well. So we would change the name. Perhaps if it can be supplied in the chat box for you, then we just put it there. Okay. This is an East African spelling of a Southern African name. Yes.
Oh, they have sent it. I've just copied and pasted it. It's the way it is.
Right, right. So Pan-African organizations, these are the broad networks, and then we have the international organizations. So please, colleagues, feel free to make a nomination for who you would want for the Pan-African slot and the international organizations. Okay, so we have a nomination, the African Institute for Children's Studies. Samuel Munyui, yes. Southern African candidate is spelled. Yes, Pan-African, we have the African Institute for Children's Studies. Any other? Shall we accept the African Institute as given? Okay, there is also IHRDA nominated. For the record, I work in IHRDA, so I will not have any vote or comment on this one. In any event, I'm not supposed to vote. So, dear colleagues, yes, you have AICS and IHRDA and ACPF, right? I also see FAWE. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So we would have to decide on one of these partners to just represent that group. Jenny, in terms of your tech savviness, how have we conducted elections on such online platforms?
So for this one, we are just going to say, I'm going to give people 1 minute and then they just type it out.
In the chat box, yes.
The chat box, yeah, it's faster that way. So
all right.
Starting, we have a timer. If you have a timer, we just give 2 minutes and then people type it out.
Yes, please. Yes, 2 minutes. My watch says 11:42 here in West Africa. So we can start now.
Starting now. Type on the
Starting
chat
now.
box.
Yes.
I can't see people typing out, people.
Okay.
Okay, ACPF.
ACPF 2.
FAWE. Guys, we mean AICS. Let's go, people. Only 6 votes out of 40. How many are we? 46. Let's go, ACPF.
Yes.
Let's go, guys. I did this with children on Saturday and they were much faster, guys.
The children were much faster.
They were much faster than this.
Oh, time
ACPF.
is almost up for voting.
ACPF, I think ACPF is it.
Right. So I think ACPF has it.
Yeah, ACPF has it.
IHRDA got 0 votes. We would we would have a better manifesto and campaign next year.
No, this is virtual. So if you say the poll line does not work, higher. That's good for international organization.
We will file an election petition. That's okay. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Yes, we have ACPF, the international organizations. Yes, can we kindly have some nominations? Yes, there's Save the Children. Plan International.
Can we do the nomination first and then we do the other one? Okay, it's
right.
SOS.
Okay, so there's SOS, I believe from Dimfue. I think you have UNICEF. Okay.
Who is voting? All of us?
Not yet. No, this is nominations first.
These are nominations. Okay, so we have 4 nominations. SCI, Plan International, we have SOS and UNICEF.
Okay, let's vote. Start voting now.
Yes, voting starts now.
How do we vote? On the chat box?
Exactly, yes. So I presume SCI again. We are voting now.
Edmond.
Yes, sir.
Point of clarity, please.
Yes.
We are all voting and we're all putting. What is the mandate for voting? Is it every person who's on the chat on the call here has a mandate to vote? What is the voting mandate?
So when it comes to, if you look at the Constitution, at least for this one, we work by consensus. So at least everyone here is entitled to vote within the time given.
I think.
Yes.
People, we are 46. Aya, let's go.
Yes. So we have I think we have SCI in the lead.
Okay. And now SCI, they have to give us a name. I forgot to ask for ACPF. We needed a name. We need a name.
Thank you, Jenny. That's true. SCI carries the vote.
Hi, Jenny. It's Nature. With SCI, I will give you a name. We just need to deliberate within ourselves to see who represents us.
Okay.
Very well.
Great.
Thank you. And similarly with ACPF. So Plan International, SOS, UNICEF, we will have a meeting of losing candidates and we would file an election petition.
Oh goodness, Edmund, like
Thank you
really? You're such an African.
Yes, we would go to the African Union to file a petition at the Human Rights Court. That's just by the way, dear colleagues. But thank you so much. This is really the spirit. And if our countries would approach elections this way, we would be happy. So North Africa, any name? No name yet. So we have West Africa and North Africa outstanding. Since this is very crucial for the, more or less the next steps for the forum, can we give our colleagues a very short timeline, say within the next 24 hours to get back to us with these names so that we can constitute our leadership and have a sense of the incoming team, because they have to elect the chair, the vice chair, and the treasurer. So per the constitution, they would have to elect a chair. Or Felicitas, you can guide me. I think they would have to, or we have to do that as the forum.
Yes, returning officer, the idea was to then elect in this forum already the chair, the vice, and the treasurer. And then we leave here knowing exactly who our leaders are. But I don't know now if we don't have two regions, what this means. I guess we can be guided. Madam Amelia, with your previous leadership, please help us to see how best we can deal with this. Because my fear is if we put timelines, it means that it's coming to the secretariat. We now need to, constitute a meeting where they're going to elect themselves, and then we have to inform all of you. I don't know if members are comfortable with that. If they're comfortable, then we can go with that approach. But we need to be guided because it's flaunting every aspect of our constitution.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. Dear colleagues, yes, in the spirit of our consensus and decision-making, but also not to more or less go out of our constitution so much. West Africa and North Africa don't have reps immediately. So would we also get some guidance from the leadership of these networks currently in the forum as to what you would want us to do? Perhaps let's hear from you quickly.
Colleagues, you can also use the chat box. We need to close on this matter. We recognize that today we recognize that today we haven't given any break.
Boa tarde.
Boa tarde.
Boa tarde, yes.
Você consegue ouvir-me?
Please
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Certo, muito obrigada primeiro por esta
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I have two options. First of all, the first one, we need to finish with this issue today because this is the 19th session of our forum. I want to believe that they already knew that today will be the day of our elections. Therefore, I think that we're in a position to continue with the elections, taking into account the nomination of the three positions, allow us to continue with that. The second issue will be, if we don't hold the elections today, therefore, we can have a timeline where the candidates can meet amongst themselves, and so that they can elect the president, the vice president, and the treasurer. From the experience that I have is that in a session, it's very good to finish the issue today during the elections. Therefore, I think we are in a position to hold the elections. I believe that the regions have nominated people. I think that these regions can be understand that this process was to be done with today. Therefore, it's up to you to decide. But now that we have two options, I think people can decide that now that we have two options. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk.
Obrigada. Thank you very much, my dear sister. Dear colleagues, yes, our sister makes a very valid point. We would have to resolve these matters today. Otherwise, in my humble opinion as a lawyer, then it will mean we have to convene a special session.
Vamos convocar uma sessão especial.
You know, a special session of the
do fórum para receber nomeações e compor
the leadership. So what is the pleasure of the House? Do we But we would, I think, like to hear from anybody from North Africa. At least West Africa, Comlan has indicated that they are just yet to finish the internal consultations. But we haven't heard from North Africa. So any colleagues from North Africa to just update us.
Edmond, there are two hands up. There's a hand from Sam
sorry.
and there's a hand from also Fresher.
Yes, Sam, please proceed.
No, thank you very much. I think I wanted to echo what the outgoing chair had just proposed. I mean, the representation is by region, so that is going to happen anyway. And I do agree with you that we don't want to also have a precedent which would then linger on for subsequent elections. So what I'm thinking is, since there are 3 positions to vote for, and there are more than 3 names already, I would suggest that we nominate the chair, the vice, and the treasurer, because we have the names. And then the 2 regions would just be adding the names of the people to the team. But I think it will be good to leave here having constituted at least the executive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you. Fresher.
Thanks, Edmond. I think Sam has simply said what I was going to say, because with the voting, or rather the representation is not really going outside the regions. We have East, we have CRINSA, EACRN, WACSOF, and REDAC who are giving us the representative. So I think it's still possible to vote. It's just that we can vote using the network, and then where we don't have the actual name.
Very well. Very well. Thank you so much, Sam and Fresher. So I think let the record reflect that in the circumstances, we would proceed with the names given, and then the 2 regions would add on their membership. I think this is a special constitutional situation in which we find ourselves, so that we all agree by consensus that given the situation, this is how we proceed. So with that, then I would open the floor for those the nominations. Let's start with the chair. So from the names we have, any indications who would want the chair to be? Yes, thank you very much. We have Kitso, we have Vika and Damon, and ACPF and SCI. Yes, Sam, please, you wanted to speak? You have the floor.
Oh, sorry, it's an old hand.
It's the old one. All right. Okay. Thank you. So please, colleagues, nominations are open for, let's start with chair.
Sorry, this is Comlan Messi.
Yes, Comlan.
Yeah, is it possible to have a quick presentation of these people, please?
Very well.
For those who don't know them, please.
Yes, yes. Shall we see your faces? We already having some nominations. Kitso for chair. I see Damon from Anita. But can we kindly see, you can turn on your video and then we hear from you. Just to know who you are. Kitso, yes. Damon's video is on. Yes, Damon, before Kitso comes, you can just quickly tell us who you are.
Thank you very much, Edmond. As already mentioned, my name is Damon Wamara. I'm the Executive Director of Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, but at the same time, the chair of the Eastern Africa Child Rights Network. And I am humbled to be nominated to serve on the management The board.
Thank
oh,
you. The committee.
The committee. It was not
Very well.
checked.
Thank you.
You know, Felicitas confused me when she said board.
Thank you very much, David. Over to you, Kitso. Okay, I see the forum secretariat, your hand is up. Okay. Kitso, are you there? Okay, we don't have Kitso. So we have two nominations, Damon and Kitso. So my poll officer, Jenny, can we quickly vote and then we count?
Yes, let's go, guys. Starting now.
Okay. All right, so one vote for Damon.
Edmond, hoping that we're also allowed to vote.
Of course, if you don't vote for yourself. Then...
I know. There's one presidential candidate in Uganda who didn't vote for himself.
Yes. Okay, we have Damon. We have how many kids? So very well. I think, Jenny, are we there?
Yes, let me count. They
Very
look
well.
as if it's even.
Yes.
Even. Okay, I think now we give 1 minute and then it's even.
Yes, it's evened out.
So I don't know, we do, okay, someone is trying to
Daniel has just voted Damon.
Yes. Guys, we can't vote 10 people instead of, and we are 42. Please, can we vote? Okay.
While people are voting,
Sure.
I can give you Africa.
Okay, give me the number for West Africa.
Let me write it on the chart. That would be better.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Komlan. Aish, guys, it's evening up again.
Yes.
This is such an African election.
I tell you.
We need to have gender balance in this thing, right?
Yes.
Is it true or not?
Yes.
Let me push trouble a little.
Okay, 12:04, and we are still even, I believe.
I sent the name. I sent the name to the name for West Africa is Sibakuba.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I sent it in the chat. You can copy paste it.
Thank you, Yvonne. Noting that Southern Africa was chair previously. So the Constitution has something about the representation when it comes to the representatives. I think it's rather a single country. It says country, it didn't say region, though, cannot occupy the position successively. So in terms of region, we haven't said anything about the region representing, sitting on the management board consecutively. But it's a fair point you raise, Yvonne, and maybe in the spirit of that provision, we would consider that another region should take over, just so everybody is able to develop, that profile for each region that we have served on the management of the forum. So thank you very much, West Africa. So the vote is still even, colleagues. We need to break the tie somehow. So with the point Yvonne is making, if Kitso is coming from Southern Africa, shall we, in the circumstances, cede to Eastern Africa with Damon? What do colleagues think? If we have your agreement.
Jenny, something's happening to your screen. It's hurting our eyes.
Oh, something hurting your eyes?
Jenny's screen.
Oh, on Jenny's screen. Okay. So, colleagues, since Southern Africa has chaired and we have a tie, I'm just asking that by consensus, do we break the tie by then ceding to Eastern Africa?
What does the Constitution say? I think you're a lawyer, so
yes.
Let's not set a precedent that would be difficult to run away from.
Yes. In fact, the Constitution is silent on it. It rather talks about country in Article 9, as 9.4. A single country cannot occupy the position of regional representative successively. A period of at least 2 years must elapse before the same country produces a regional representative again. So it didn't say sort of the regional network, it said country. So that might be something for us to think about in the future when it comes to the Constitution.
Hello, my brother.
Yes.
This Benedict Omilo, I've been having network issues and I didn't participate in the voting. So do I vote? How do I vote now? I'm in Zambia and I want to vote.
You do have a vote. So polls had closed, but you say you had network challenges.
Yes.
I'm getting votes up, even WhatsApp. Guys, we said come to Zoom. Someone please vote in the WhatsApp.
No votes on WhatsApp.
The votes that are coming on WhatsApp, because I'm seeing votes from WhatsApp. Please, guys, tell them to come to Zoom if they want to vote
on Zoom.
You know what had happened, Jenny? They had asked if they can vote on Facebook. So I said,
even
rather on WhatsApp, because Facebook is so fast.
Okay, Kitso is from Botswana. We have been informed. Anita, you have your hand up. The forum secretariat also has its hand. So Anita first.
I just wanted to, to second your point, or rather support the point that if the former chair came from the Southern African region, then it would be good to have the current chair come from the Eastern African region. But I think people are still voting, so I'll leave that open. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So, you know, as the preceding, whatever, me and Edmund don't have comments. So if I comment on on WhatsApp and Facebook, tell people to come to Zoom, they will not be happy. Someone help me to tell people from Zoom and from WhatsApp and Facebook to come to Zoom and vote. Yes, if you're listening to me on Zoom,
come to Zoom.
Come to Zoom and vote. We are not taking votes outside Zoom.
So please, colleagues, we would, in the chat, it says 12:10. Shall we just from this moment then see those who have not voted to see if we can break this tie up to say 12:11?
Sir, I need to be advised. How am I voting?
Just type the name you want. Just
okay, type the name I want?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Doing it right now. Pray that the network doesn't fluctuate again.
Sorry, through you, Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what's happening with my chat. It's defaulting to Damon every time I want to type something. It goes to Damon. It goes to Damon. So I just want to apologize to him.
I am not doing anything.
So I want to apologize to him. I've been thinking I'm voting here, and the messages were going to his private chat. They were not intended to go there. I don't know why it's defaulting on him. Every time I go out, it comes back, it's defaulting to him.
The Lord is speaking to you. The Lord is speaking to you.
Just change message too. Change the message too.
Very well. Yes, I think we have, I see from Malineo and from the CSO Forum Secretariat, as at 12:12, okay, you have still Damon and Kitso, so the tie is still there. James is asking if we can be added to the main hall.
I have added him to can speak. James, you can speak.
Okay, so another vote for Kitso from Mercy.
If you have not voted, please vote so that you can, because I can see a lot of us have not voted. Please vote. You can vote, you can send the vote to me. If you don't want to be seen who you are supporting, you can vote. You can send your vote to Edmund or myself if you want it to be private. There are people who are appearing to be seen who they are supporting.
Oh, no.
Okay, let it open.
When we say there's a tie or when we say somebody got the vote, we need to have seen them.
We still have a tie, guys.
Yes. And the Constitution says that it's by a simple majority. We also don't have any provision on a tie, so we must somehow break the tie when it occurs.
We have so many lawyers in this forum. This Constitution needs to be looked into, honestly. It's just making our lives difficult.
I second that.
I know people are looking at me.
You are the one who came up with the Constitution, Edmund, so.
Yes, constitutions are living documents. Yes, so definitely we would, I think the new incoming team, if you so desire that we amend the Constitution, then we would do so as a forum. Yes. So amendments shall be given 30 days in advance of a CSO forum, and we shall debate such amendments and pass it by a resolution of at least 2/3 of all members. That's what the Constitution says about amendments to the Constitution. Okay. So, one more for...
No, Salem. You vote, please. I was waiting for your vote. Salem, please vote.
I've seen, yes. St. Batso's vote for Kitso.
I'm not taking votes from Facebook. I'm not taking votes from Facebook. If you're watching, I'm not taking votes from Facebook.
So let's kindly vote on Zoom, please.
So now we are at
Okay.
Right. So shall we, dear colleagues, shall we close now? Ben Omilo, I haven't seen your vote in the chat box.
one is the one. CSO Secretariat is the one.
Okay, he's the one. All right.
Yes, I have. Okay. Just check. Can you guys check? Let me see the chat.
Jenny, do we still have a tie? If my count is right,
someone is voting for Selam. But
yes, I've seen James. So Selam's name was not put up.
Your name is up here and you're asking. So Damon is 13, Kitso is... No, it's okay. So just for 10 minutes, we shall go in the breakout rooms. Have we opened the document? Please indicate with the time.
Khadija opened for us that document. For me, I'm using a phone. I can't. Miriam has opened it.
Don't have you opened it? 14 Kitso, 13 Demon.
So Kitso carries the day. Oh, we have Ruth and okay, Ben.
Ben, you have voted twice. You had voted earlier again.
Yes, Ben, you can't vote twice.
So it's 14-14. We are back. Guys, so we give them.
I think I think we've traveled far on this road between Damon and Kitso. one of you has to be chair, the other the vice, somehow.
Agree upon each other, but now we can't do that.
We can't do,
we
yes,
are lawyer, we can't do that. Guys, please.
Hello, it is difficult to vote from here if we can't see the participants we have and the chat of the others. It's like we are just I don't know, observer.
Okay, James. We didn't. You couldn't see the names on the on the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I couldn't see anything. And then when I'm added to the group and then in the Zoom, I couldn't see even the list of participants who is participating on. It's like we are just an observer here.
No, James, these are the guys we are voting for. I think you came in a bit late. We are voting for, those are the guys we are voting for. Those are the nominees. So the two who have been nominated for chair, it's Kitso and Damon. And right now, we have back, okay, now we have 15 Kitso and 14 Damon. So,
yes, it appears here someone has voted for Damon, for Kitso.
Through you, Chair, again.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, maybe because I came in a little bit late. Can we have the profile of the people we're voting for? Just, we don't vote for anybody just like that.
We had earlier on called for them to introduce themselves. Damon is the chair of the East African network. Kitso is from Botswana. Yes, Samuel, I see your point that we had said that Southern Africa had the slot before. And I said the Constitution only talks about a person from a particular country serving the region twice, but there is no provision on the regional networks to the central management of the CSO Forum being twice. Unless we want to agree that we would adopt that provision to apply, but we must also be careful that we don't set constitutional precedents which can disturb us in the future. So that's why we have continued to try to break the tie, irrespective of how it goes.
Chair, I wanted
yes, please.
My concern is that we can't vote the whole day. We need to put a cutoff time.
Exactly.
We can't spend 1 hour doing this. So we need to put a cutoff time that the elections have ended. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm with you 100%, Mitch. So colleagues, please, let's close this chapter. As at 12:24 on our chat box, who do we have in the lead? Jenny, please, can you help me?
We are back to tie again because it was initially 14-15. Now someone has voted for Damon, now it's 15-15.
Wow. There is also no constitutional mandate for anybody to have a casting vote of sorts. All right, James.
Yes, I'm here.
James, having been given the information now between these two candidates, perhaps if you could kindly also vote so that we end it. After you, that's it.
It will be neutral for me for now because I don't have their profile. I can't vote. I think
Daniel, you have voted twice, so you cannot pick up your vote. Someone is voting twice, guys.
Right.
Please. I know now all the people who have voted, so I can tell you who has not voted.
Okay. Very well.
Okay, there's a French one who is saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so then I think you. Okay, so Maximilian, you have not yet voted.
Vote, please. Maximilian,
Please
you're a tiebreaker. Please. I'm actually going to give you a sound so that you can be able to talk. Who are you voting for, Maximilian? Who are you voting for, Maximilian?
Okay, he says he votes Damon.
Perfect. Damon gets it.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you for the spirit. Tim Ekesa also votes Damon. So shall we then say that Kitso then becomes the vice chair, colleagues?
That's fine.
Is that how them? Sorry, I'm curious.
Yes, please proceed. Yes,
I don't know. Sorry, Edmund, I'm curious because when we voted or when he suggested the names, we only suggested the names for the chair.
For chair, okay.
So if we then say the other one takes vice, I don't know how the other regions would feel.
Yes, I take a cue from you. So shall we quickly? This should not detain us. Do we want to have nominations for vice chair? Please, anybody who wants to make a nomination for vice chair. Now we have a name from West Africa as well. So we have, yes, Isiba, Demon is out, so still Kitso, we have Vika. So nominations are welcome, dear colleagues.
If it's legally acceptable, can we then say the first person, the one with the majority votes becomes the vice, and the one with the least votes, the second person becomes the treasurer, because this thing is taking forever. If it's legally acceptable that way.
Okay, so
I support that motion that instead of voting again all over, we count the votes that have the highest.
Again, also our constitution is silent on that. So let's proceed. Knowing that we don't have any provision to that effect. The constitution only says that those positions should be voted for.
I think our dear constitution is showing many limits, huh?
Yes, I think, yeah. But colleagues, as we do this, we are all understanding that looking into the future, we might have to tighten our constitution a bit, make it better for our purposes. But in the circumstance in which we find ourselves, perhaps these motions are agreeable. I see we are getting secondment of that. So shall we put Kitso as vice chair?
So let's see yes, or no on the chat, and then we can go ahead. So you can put it in record.
I will proposing Isiba Kobat.
Okay, as vice.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So Komlan is proposing that him as vice.
Okay, guys, we have another nomination.
It's a lady. She's a very competent lady. So we need to have a gender balance in this thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So there are the yeses for Kitso as vice chair, and then Komlan's recommendation that we put it to the vote and have West Africa also put as a candidate, and then we vote. Dear colleagues, is that okay for the House?
And his justification is legit.
Yes, it's a very legitimate point to be made. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's just put the names and then go to voting.
Yes. So it's do we say it's Kitso and Isiba?
Yeah.
Okay. So colleagues, voting is open now from 12:31 on our chat box.
For 5 minutes. Let's give it 5 minutes so they can finish.
Very well. Well, so colleagues, 5 minutes, let's vote.
Director, for the purposes of this ban, for the purposes of gender, can I know who is a male and a female in this?
Kitso is male, Isiba is female.
Isiba is female.
Okay, thank you.
Minutes over. Okay, Damon, returning officer.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, Edmund. Sorry, Chair. Forgot.
Yeah.
You're the chair. Damon, I think we have a winner. This one is pretty straightforward.
Yes. I think Isiba carries.
Yeah. So I can see a few Vika, but I think they did not.
We have 12 votes.
Sorry?
I'm saying we have spoiled votes.
Spoiled votes.
This is Africa, my friend.
Yes, I think we have. I have counted 7 votes from my end for Isiba.
They're more than that.
They are more than that. Okay.
Yeah. They're more than that.
We have.
Who is voting for Vika? Vika.
I think our 5 minutes is up.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Oui, Vicar a eu un petit souci technique.
Where do we start counting?
Il a un problème de connexion. Il a un petit
Vika has a problem of connection.
Okay.
So Vika has a problem of connection. That's why he's not communicating in the assembly.
Okay. Okay, noted. Yes, Vika is having challenges. Constant, you wanted to say something?
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Je me suis retourné dans la salle avec un petit retard. Et
so I came back later. So many things overshadow me. I want to know if Isiba is now vice chair.
Yes, Isiba is voted vice chair.
Ok, j'ai une préoccupation. Il faut qu'on respecte aussi l'équilibre géographique dans la nomination.
Okay. Yes. So Isiba is from Western Africa.
Ok, ok.
Oui, elle vient d'Afrique de l'Ouest.
Ok, ça marche. Ok.
Oui, elle est femme.
D'accord, ok.
Okay. So also for yes. Now, so we will proceed to treasurer. And nominations for treasurer, please. So nominations are open now.
I thought we agreed whoever gets the list goes to the next position. We are preventing that.
It's not constitutional. It's not legal.
Yes. So we would just proceed with the nominations, but bearing in mind that we would, if anybody, I think, would want a constitutional amendment, that's why I said you put it in writing, and these amendments will be tabled before the forum at our next gathering, possibly, or whenever the management committee decides we look at it.
Okay. No, that's fine. But people are saying we haven't given them a health break today. So let's be cognizant of time as well.
All right. Okay. So let's finish quickly. Treasurer, then we can break, dear colleagues.
So, and remember, we have Central Africa remaining, North Africa, the Pan-African Organization, and International Organization up for grabs for the treasurer.
No, we don't have Pan-African and International as part of it, Jenny.
Yes, they don't.
They don't do the 3 positions. So we are left with Kito and Vika. Those are the 2 names now.
nominations now. Daniel nominates Kitso, I believe, and we have Vika.
I think even the counting has to be proper. So we start from Daniel. That's where the counting needs to start. Otherwise, these names are here at the top there, at the vice presidency position as well.
Yes. So from Daniel at 12:41.
From Daniel going down, yeah.
Yes. So we are giving ourselves 5 minutes. So at 12:46, then we would close.
Anita, you can't vote twice. You voted both of them.
Sorry, I'm confused because one I was nominating, but now I've just voted. You can just count one.
Okay.
Which one?
Vika.
Okay. I'm tagging as well because this is tricky.
Very well. No, guys, we've done well. I think the spirit of goodwill and consensus is okay. So please be encouraged that we are on the right track.
Hello, are we still here?
Yes, we are still here.
Okay.
Waiting for your vote, Mitch.
So
I voted already.
Okay, so we are 12:46. We've done 5 minutes now from 12:41 when we started voting. So may I humbly close the voting now? Thank you. So Jenny and Felicitas, I think you can help us to tally. Abubakar. Abubakar, you want to send your ballot? It's between Kitso and Vika. Please, shall we correct Kitso's name on the PowerPoint sheet? It's Kisto. It's Kitso. So Kitso is from Botswana. Kitso is from the Southern Africa Child Rights Network, CRINSA. Abubakar. So 10 for Kitso, 8 for Vika. So our treasurer is Kitso. Okay, Abubakar, you vote Kitso, so that makes it 11.
Abubakar, it is Kitso, not Koto.
I know, but let's spare Abubakar. Yes, I know. Dear colleagues, I think, thank you so much. This has gone well. It has taken time, but definitely we have expressed our views. I think we will all continue to work with our new team on behalf of all the losing candidates, those of us who got 0 votes, and those who got some votes. I think we pledge to work with the team as you come on board. Congratulations and thank you very much. We would, of course, I think the sentiments have been expressed. We may have to look at our constitution in certain parts. And so all those of us who would like to support that exercise, definitely we would work with our management team and the forum in total. So I believe my work is also done. Incoming management committee, I will send you a bill of fees. As a senior member of the Ghana Bar, I'm entitled to at least $1,000 for every time I talk. Thank you. That's on the lighter side, colleagues. All the best. Congratulations.
Edmund, you're not done.
I'm not done. Thematic group leads. Thank you. Yes. So, dear colleagues, so Jenny, please guide me. These are just from members, right?
Yeah.
So, dear colleagues, we can just come up with this. We are not voting per se. We are just making nominations and agree by consensus who we put there. So let's do this quickly, and then we can sort of break. So violence against children, we have 11 clusters. Okay, so Fawe for education. Yes, you can just make quick nominations, then we agree and put persons and organizations there.
SCI child participation.
SCI child participation.
Allô?
Yes, please.
Bon, bonsoir. Hein?
Oui, bonsoir, Constant.
C'est Jackson de EDA. Le coordonnateur m'a envoyé Iketnouk pour participer. C'est Jackson. Et j'ai suivi tel que le déroulement a été. On n'a pas pu voter
we could not vote. I congratulate all the nominee. So the only thing I wanted to say, I want to congratulate all the nominees and those who have been chosen.
Merci, mon frère. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, APHRC, yes. ACJ, children in conflict with the law. That's number 9. Child marriage and other harmful practices plan. Advocates for child justice, yes. Window of Hope would like to join education. So plan, child marriage, and OHP. Then Window of Hope education. Violence Against Children, LHRC.
That one is which one?
LHRC.
NHRC?
L for Lesotho. Krensa wants to go for birth registration and nationality. Then children in vulnerable situations, AICS. Thank you, Samuel.
Which one?
Children in vulnerable situations. I think African Institute for Child Studies. Number 6.
For children on the move,
yes.
Can you also put SCI? We do have a component.
Right, children on the move, SCI. James has also put participation, African movement for working children and youth. Mobility, Endageuse Action. Fawe would like to join the health cluster and child marriage. Thank you so much. I like the spirit. Okay, ACJ we've captured for number 9. Parental responsibilities and child responsibilities. And children in armed conflict are left.
So the children, you don't want this one, Mitch?
LHRC would take conflict, okay, children in conflict with the law.
We can. We need to support others. There are so many organizations here that can pick up something. I see already SCIS too. But we can go there. We do have the
Uganda Child Rights Network is joining violence against children.
Make the others red, Jenny, so we see the ones that are left.
Children armed conflicts, you can put SCI.
Okay, thank you. Violence against children and child marriage, African movement, AMWCY.
We'll also take number 10, Jenny.
Jenny, you forgot to put Y after AMWC.
AMWCY. EACRN wants to join violence against children.
For children on the move, you put Enda Jeunesse Action.
Sorry?
Enda Jeunesse Action, children on the move.
Where I put it under violence against children.
You put it on that children on the move.
Children on the move.
Number 8.
Number
8.
It's always number 12.
Sorry, child participation.
You put Enda Jeunesse Action also.
Yes. Hello. Yes.
Jenny forgot the Y. No, AMWCY. You put Enda Jeunesse Action. You put comment for the children on the move. I think I wrote it already.
UCRN, you had said something I didn't hear. I forgot. I didn't get. UCRN?
Yes. I'm saying Enda Jeunesse Action.
Can you give me the what?
Number 8. I have sent it to you in the inbox. Sorry, not that one. Sorry. Let me type it for you again. And
okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Yes, Jenny, I think we are getting a lot of very good feedback. There's a lot coming in the chat box. So we might have to look at the recording later and capture everyone.
For parental responsibility and also child responsibility, you can put AMWCY also there. Number 10.
Yes, IHRDA can support with children in conflict with the law, definitely.
I think we should be slow then because Jenny is still...
Yes, Jenny is struggling, so...
Jenny, that place that you just start number 10, add AMWCY there, since we are talking about the parental responsibility and child responsibility.
So Samuel has a very good question. Thematic team lead, is it one agency leading or this group will come together and lead in the area? I think to the extent that we have more than one name, then colleagues, yes, we might require you to come together and provide leadership for the forum in these areas. ACPF and GMT.
I was also suggesting, Jenny, that you put Enda Jeunesse Action in children on the move. I wrote it to you.
Okay. Yes.
And for the suggestions of about the lead of each of the thematic area, I think the groups could meet and then suggest those who are in so many thematic area might not be the leader compulsorily, but
right.
they choose their leaders themselves.
Thank you, everyone. I think we'll suggest that you meet, because we need to have this ready to come out with the strategic plan. The strategic plan is coming out on 1st of January. So we'd suggest that you pick up a date between now and before you go for Christmas to meet up as a thematic group. You've seen, like, for example, you've seen who are the members in each one of the groups, and have a meeting, and please send us like something that we can be able to include in the strategic plan, because we need to include this in the strategic plan. I think my job and that of Edmund is done, and I hope we have not voted for anybody, so we are not African Election Commission that don't vote. So I think we are done. Edmund, don't we? I think we are done. Edmund.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Jenny. There are still some such, I think we'll take final sort of input. If we have not captured you, that will be an opportunity for you to also include your organization in there. So dear colleagues, I believe we have your mandate to step down now. Our work is done.
Before you step down, the Electoral Commission.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your work.